Merry Christmas. This is possibly the last time I'm gonna get a stream before I leave for holiday stuff. So we're celebrating a little early. We got our hat on. We're playing good stuff today. We're playing Capcom games. Yeah, stream was delayed slightly. Was skewed left for some reason, and I just figured out why. So, anyway, we're gonna play Capcom stuff. We have covered a lot of Capcom's arcade games, and also there are a lot of them, so we're not playing all of them by any stretch. But I'm gonna kind of go through in release order and try and show off kind of what was going on over at Capcom. So, some people may not be familiar with Capcom's first entry. I think Final Fight is obviously the game that kind of put Capcom on the map, and also put beat-em-ups kind of on the map. But Capcom actually started with a little game called Dynasty Wars. We swear, we will die together even though we were born separately. So yeah, this game definitely is belt scroller. It's got a lot of differences mechanically in how it works. Big Moon Sword. Look at that first, look at the squareness of these blades. Yes, this was before Final Fight. Not much before, it was the same year, but Capcom was released Final Fight late in '89. Yeah, this game kind of has a bit different of a format.
Let's select players.
Normal type, oh, well, we got him.
I am taking the field. Quan Yu.
These voices, though. So this has left-right attacking as opposed to something else. Charge up attack. So definitely a lot different of a format than I would consider more modern. Chop down arrows. The orbs. Not gonna get sick of that sound effect at all. looks like this has got the leveling system that Capcom ended up using in 1990, or something similar to it.
I
Game is
have
loud?
killed
Okay.
General Kenyenji.
I've killed the general with very... Oh my god, dude. Holy hell. Okay, he sure did kill him.
The level was raised.
Can you hit me? So I'm not sure when I get health refills. I should also note, you know, this game isn't fully free depth access. You actually move between like three positions vertically, a lot like the Guardian Heroes. Wow, there's not a lot of places to be here. Guardian Legends, the lane system, yeah. Oh. Man, a little bit better telegraphing on this fire would be really nice. And that's it. One life. Well, I've not shown everything. Okay. So we don't get to switch characters. We're playing Quan Yu the whole time, I guess. I don't see how you're supposed to evade this fire consistently at all. I also don't feel like I've gotten a health refill, like, ever, other than the stage transition. Like, I feel like these orbs would be, but they're not. Your attacks feel pretty reasonable for what you're expected to do. Other than the fire, this has been totally fine. If you couldn't shoot down the arrows, it would be pretty nasty. I do like these guys having to jump attack the catapults to make them work. Very silly. That was health. Okay. The bags that I've seen one of, I think. actually use tactics. That one. Only one of them withdrew. The other one's still here. Retire! Yeah, we do get permanent low health buzz. Yep, the pomp hat. We're here. Big man! Whoa, big man! There's a lot of big man. This is a tough game to sort out. Well, I'm not sure. And you can, like, switch directions during a charge. It's just a little weird. Like, you have to be charging and then you hit the other button.
You're going to get my head? Ha 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 ha, you make me laugh. Come to see me at Tongmengu.
Destroy the boulder completely. This game feels very easy, followed by spikes of places that are like, I don't know what you're intended to be able to do. This is indeed the famous sword. Never mind that we're not using a sword at all. 10,000. Hell yeah. Like my brother. Get this! You smart aleck? Dang, they aren't messing around with these bosses either. They just throw as many guys as it takes. Although they're not using the ads as much here. So I guess they made up for using triple bosses with... Killed that guy so hard that lightning struck him.
I have killed General Tang Tao.
God. They've definitely really killed him.
You have merely defeated the Huang King. Do not be too confident. We are too strong. They cannot touch us.
These are weird to listen to because these are like the same voice actors from Strider and stuff. guys are tough. Is this a bootleg version, maybe? It's definitely a real Capcom game. But I just used the default version that is on the Mister. If this is a bootleg, then they've... That's health! Oh my god! That's mean. This bridge is having a problem. How do I hit this guy? I've not yet managed to hit this guy. It looks like you have to hit him when he's like transitioning between things. Now they're giving me health pickups. Took until stage 3. These are weird enemies, like invisible horseback riders that... It's tricky. It's a much different style of attacking the bosses in this game than I'm used to. It's much more of a hit and run. You have to be careful because like you have to hit them at certain times or else they'll swing. It's really interesting. It's really interesting the way you have to move around the bosses.
I have killed General Wei Shang.
This guy doesn't get killed. He's just knocked over. Big man. There doesn't seem to be any real consistency in when they're willing to give help. If you fight too long, your vitality decreases. I don't feel like I stalled out that fight, but... Hey, Ada, thanks for the raid. How'd the rest of that game go? What was it? It was like Angels and something? Looked pretty neat. Even though what I saw was mostly you talking about setting up stuff. Wrist is dead, yeah. Whoop. I got a little greedy there. So I think anytime those catapults are on, I need to make sure to wipe them out at least one beforehand, or else I don't know when I can ever approach. Understandable. Have a good one. Also, I will do Twitch things briefly. I didn't even see how those guys were attacking before. That makes a lot more sense. Getting a feel for how to fight the bosses, I think. Really got to hit them like mid-lane as they change between lanes. Oh, thank you. Yeah, this horse is just fine. Doesn't care about anything. I'm not another way, so. I don't actually know what hit me. I'm not saying I shouldn't have gotten hit, by the way. I'm just saying I'm not sure what in that situation hit me. He just he just throws his weapon at you and pieces out. Oh my god. Yeah, I assume this was... There's a lot of sketchy translation in this. It's not just that he retreats, it's that he throws his weapon at you before he retreats. I struggle to think of another game where a boss does something like that.
The level was raised.
power gushing out. I like that when I got the power up, I had a moment to just attack freely, where they were all frozen still. This guy just keeps fighting as we progress. I'm gonna use my... Oh, no. Well, I forgot to point out, like, the tactics, I think, are based on what terrain you're in. It's just basically a magic, but it's kind of an interesting way to do it, since obviously some of the things kind of depend on there being certain terrain features to use. Hidden stuff behind the pillars, at least that I found. I like that name that had no vowels in it. Hey, got through that whole fight without taking damage. The strategies in this game are mostly pretty reasonable. We're back to that guy being really dead. I wonder if there's a reason why it gives a different kill animation. Or sprite. Also, there's a map, but no real indication of where you are on that map. Or maybe that's not intended to be a map. Maybe I'm misunderstanding the visual there. Using the sword. Oh, slide kicking the horse? That's a power move. These guys are tough. I should use Rock Slide while I'm over there. Oh, I used Tactics Ambush, not Rock Slide. So yeah, that's why he's here. I mean, like, Knights of the Round has horses, and I think Warriors of Fate has horses, but certainly not that is entirely horse-based. This is the only one I can think of that's entirely done this way. Give help! This guy's a wizard. Knock him down! I don't think this tactics worked. I don't think it did anything. Having trouble telling where these are intended to be attacking me. He left. See, this fire is reasonable. This is, like, visible on screen. There's spaces to stand out of the way. The stage 2 fire just felt impossible. If I can just attack. Okay. There's so much fire. Can I not hit that guy because he's off screen? I praise you for surviving fire. That can be arranged. We've got lots of money. Stop using its magic. I feel like most of the attacks in this game are pretty reasonable to dodge until you start getting to the stuff with lingering effects. Oh, now he remembered how to use his magic. The lingering effects tend to be really tough to avoid in this to me.
I have killed General Li Zhou.
Also, I just realized they're not giving me a unique guy for each of these. It's just showing a general that we're killing. We're killing this same general instead of whoever we were fighting. Oh, that's an encouraging symbol. just gonna go ahead and assume that's an error on the mister. Right, he's got the fireball. It's interesting he has a fireball and a bow. That is not a great situation I created for myself. Stage is definitely being a lot tougher with the big swarms of enemies. Does feel like the big full charge is the way to go on a lot of things. Like, honestly, the half charge and even like the basic stab do have uses though. They did a pretty good job of making the different levels of attack feel purposeful. Is this guy riding 2 horses? Holy shit! When you are the biggest boy! It's just back immediately. Not back. I do like this fight, chasing down this guy over the course of multiple fights. That's a good scene, especially for horseback-based combat. What? Okay. Can you get away? Or are we fighting him? Looks like we still got stage. I was worried when that showed up the way it did that it was gonna be if you don't beat him in time, that he left. This feels a lot easier than the earlier boss fights, other than I'm not really sure when to attack him. Like, it's weird. So they're giving so many less enemies in like a swarm, so it feels quite easy in that sense. But then because they're archers and because of how often they're coming out, it's hard to know when I should be attacking the boss. I suppose if I just accept that I'm not hitting with the full charge, that would help. Oh my god, did he do 48 damage with that? I just looked at my health and I thought that's what it said.
I have killed General Tong Kyok.
Cool fight. Like, honestly, God, I wonder, yeah, that max XP thing's got me concerned. Maybe it's just a bad version of it, I don't know.
A great victory! Shout for our victory!
Oh! I do want to check. That comment now has me worried. It is not equal to the task. They are not bad. Coming soon, Dynasty Wars 2! Which is true, they did release it. It is a much different game. And it is not called Dynasty Wars 2. Alright, so. Capcom's first venture into the idea of a belt-scrolling this game pioneers many interesting ideas. Which were both included and integer being pre-final fight, the concept of assistance, it's done, and free depth movement. Oh, this is gonna cut this. I don't know. Later games. This game uses a 3-lane system. System. Also handled Yeah, the hat on the end of the pompadour. I didn't even want to really do Christmas stuff last year, and then I found that and I was like, oh, I can just do that. It's very funny. Being permanently on horseback isn't even really that relevant because it ultimately doesn't change the game. Although, yeah, I guess controls will being a left, right attack. Feel appropriate. Yeah, give myself the carrot on the stick with the hat. Counters. Challenging, but mostly areas with lingering fire effects presents immediate safe Q's. I like that. I'm writing Q like it's a line. The audio design is fitting, although some of the character killing noises are metal drum roll. Yeah, the metal slug stuff is a lot of what's in this list. I have to figure out what's going on. OBS has an option to randomize from a pool, but it seems like it chooses Metal Slug stuff like disproportionately often, and I'm not sure why. Repetitive. Yeah, that's not spelled right. I just saw that as you said it, and I was like, I like doing these has taught me just how much I lean on autocorrect. Or not autocorrect, but on like word pointing out. Pointing out what's misspelled. I lean on that more than I realize, I think. It's not a big deal. How do I want to put this? Different mode of play. May not enjoy this simplistic nature or strict spell check is always useful. I don't think there's any level of literacy at which spell check is not a useful tool. My point was more just, I don't, like, because of how easy it is to just lean into spell check and, like, correct it and not even really process what you're correcting, it's led to me in the long term having worse spelling. It also doesn't help that I don't write that much in general. Like, I don't write things like this that much. Anyway. The grade, I think this is a solid B. I think Capcom did a great job with the material. I think, like, this game feels, you know, obviously this was not even remotely close to a 1cc. But by the end of this game, I felt like I was getting a pretty reasonable handle on, like, how to handle situations, and I felt genuinely like I was getting better at the game, and that I could see reasonable things to do about most situations. There's a couple things that I'm really not sure about. The boat fire was quite weird. That's one thing. That's one thing I'm not sure how I would handle. Also, hold on. I'm just gonna show the demo for a second here. And this guy's blue horse. Yeah, I guess that's it. So, after this, after Dynasty Wars, Capcom moved on to Final Fight, which is, you know, a pretty well-known game. It kind of changed the genre entirely. People were pretty sold on Final Fight. You could really point to, you know, Double Dragon obviously kind of popularized beat 'em ups as a genre, and then Final Fight kind of, like, established a new level of expectations for it, I guess is how I'd put it. Because obviously not every game after Final Fight plays like Final Fight. Konami especially had a very unique style to their games, although visually, Final Fight kind of set a lot of standards. So that happened. And then Capcom made King of Dragons, which we, both Final Fight and King of Dragons we played in episode 1 of the whole Academy series, so we're not playing them today. King of Dragons, a lot more similar to this game in a lot of ways, with the simplicity of, like, how you attack and the style of it. But, you know, still inspired a lot more from the controls and whatnot. But then Capcom went and kind of made their true Final Fight sequel, the game they wanted to make as a sequel to Final Fight. This game is interesting. So obviously I've played this game. I think it does a lot of cool stuff, but I also think this game kind of falls on its face compared to Final Fight in a lot of ways. You know, and just to state, like, yeah, this is very definitely a I want to use the English ROM because there's funny translations. That's JP. I need to use alternatives. There we go. This came after Final Fight, yes. This game was released in 91, so but Final Fight was, like, very, very late, 89, so I think this is closer to a year after Final Fight than 2 years. And it obviously uses a lot of Final Fight as a base idea. And actually, like, this game clearly this game is explicitly in Metro City. It explicitly takes place in a city where Hager existed. They make references to him. They're like, this is Metro City in the future. So, like, it is very much a sequel to Final Fight. With that said, So they changed the cabinet. I'm in 2-player mode, but there is a 4-player mode for this game. So they expanded that, and they had some ideas. They expanded a lot, but it to me this game feels a lot like a step backwards.
Commando.
We got our commandos. We're gonna be playing Baby Commando. The commandos aren't very much different, and Baby Commando does a lot more damage and also is actually capable of fighting the final boss without going through a whole tremendous thing. And yeah, Capcom, Captain Commando was Capcom's mascot for a while. They included him in a bunch of promotional stuff. His appearance changed pretty dramatically. Yeah, the sprites are a lot smaller. They feel less animated. There is like running, so like there's that where Capcom was like experimenting with how to make things more fluid to most people, I guess is the way I'd put it. There's also directional attacks. Like if you're holding a direction while you're attacking, you'll get a different style of attack, which is mostly just an annoyance because they're not that much different in function, but they are different in quality pretty drastically. The other thing is the health bars are really small in this game, partially due to the whole 4-player thing. And so, like, even when you do a lot of damage, it doesn't always feel like you're doing a lot of damage in this game. Like, you do the pile driver, and it just does that. And it makes everything feel not impactful to me. Baby defeated the dog. Yeah, and the sound, like, Final Fight, I know the CPS one is probably not particularly highly regarded for specifically its sound chip. I'm not going to pretend like it's bad. It had a lot of great sounding games. But if you were going to ask somebody what was the outstanding feature of the CPS 1 boards, the sound chip was not it. You know? And this game doesn't take advantage of any of what it is capable of, to me. And this doesn't come across in gameplay at all, but another thing about this game is the Captain Commando cabinet. The original Street Fighter 2 is CPS 1, yes. But the original Captain Commando cabinet, the one they produced for this game, instead of using like traditional style buttons, it uses these weird like lighted push buttons like you would see on a lot of like ticket games. But it doesn't use, so this is a 2-button game, it's jump and attack. But it doesn't use 2 buttons for that even. It uses like, well it does, but it uses like a full circle button that's split in half as 2 separate buttons, so like 2 half circle buttons. And they just don't feel good. They don't feel good compared to the regular buttons. This is also kind of the beginning of something Capcom really liked doing for a while, of having these bosses that are just like way faster than the player. Like, obviously you can interact with this in some ways, but like sometimes this guy jumps and you just can't go anywhere. Yeah, and it being a 4-player cab on a standard size American cab means, like, if you've ever played the 4-player Sunset Riders, you know, or like most 4-player games in arcade, if they didn't have a specialized cabinet, were just really uncomfortable for a couple of the people to play. bars. I mean, that's kind of a... That's a reasonable thought, although that is also something that Capcom did in a lot of other games in this era. And you know, I said starts, but really Knights of the Round is when they started, because they had the two, yeah, like, everything feels like it does so little damage in this game. Because you hit enemies and they just take, like, 2 pixels of damage. And it's like, yeah, that's a good chunk of their health bar, but also, like... You played Final Fight and, like, you do a combo string and you take off 2 health bars from them. I'm being pretty lazy about how I'm playing this too, by the way. I know this is gonna be a long stream, so I'm not like doing serious 1 credit things. Oh, we can switch characters in this game. I can show off other people. They did also like try and fix the Final Fight Infinite in this game, interestingly enough, but it ended up happening in a different way. Oh yeah, the unique character deaths is an interesting thing. See, usually this is where you get the Hager statue. Let's see if we get it here. It's a big-ass teddy bear, though. Along with some gold. And a paralyzer. Clown back there. Cage match thing. The ride-ons are kind of neat, but they're also kind of whatever. Like, the fact that you take damage and not the ride is pretty strange. We'll switch off. We'll play the captain. So captain is a lot more mobile, which is nice. You also got flamethrower. The like flamethrower, if you do late, is very funny. It's actually pretty powerful thing to have because it lingers. Monster. Yeah, you can do stuff like that where you force the boss to take an action, but also evade it. And if they don't do anything, then you hit them. Pretty interesting. This is a weird pattern for this boss, by the way. He has not done much. There we go. This is the thing he usually does. And Captain Corridor, which is very lame in this game. Captain Corridor, the way they adapted that for Marvel 2 was much cooler than what he does in this game. Alright, let's see if we can do this with Captain. I don't actually know. Oh, well, I did it and then it fell. Not that this is hard. There's a funny bug where you jump up there and you just kind of float. This is basically a bonus stage anyway, so whatever. Winner bonus! Yeah, Captain Storm is... So, I've been a pretty vocal opponent, I guess you could put it, of cinematic supers in video games. And it sounds weird to say this, because it is fundamentally a prototype of cinematic supers in a way. But Captain Storm is like the perfect super to do that with. Because A, it's snappy. It is like very quick. It does not feel like it's interfering with the gameplay. And also it's doing it like with the in-game engine, so it feels much more natural compared to actually stopping the game and doing shit. But also it's just actually cool instead of lame bullshit. There you go. Just kind of keep spraying them. This is one of the reasons I don't really like the ride armor. You just kind of spend a lot of time doing that stuff.
Captain Commander.
Yeah, Neomaxes are, some of them are quite good. A few of them are a little iffy, but mostly they're good. It's funny, people like back in the KOF 13 days, those were combos people complained about, and those combos are comparable in length to like even the big combos in that game, minus the like very extreme stuff with Ash and Joe, are comparable to just a super in modern Street Fighter. It's like, come on, man. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest here. As far as I'm concerned, there is no next Virtua Fighter. The series is over. I'm not saying 6 won't be a fine video game. I'm just saying that to me, it's not Virtua Fighter. The team is gone. I kind of feel like that about like video games in general, to be honest. You know, even like Street Fighter 6, like obviously it is the 6th Street Fighter, but to me it's just not Street Fighter because the people making the games aren't the same. It is no different to me than a fan game, other than it's corporate made. This fight blows. I chopped him in half because character deaths. Yeah, and like I don't want to make it sound like I'm saying, oh, you can't enjoy Street Fighter 6 because it's not really Street Fighter. Like that's not what I mean by the statement. It's just like you fundamentally made a different thing by different people, and it just happens to use an IP. You could say the same thing about like modern Looney Tunes, where it's like it's just not Looney Tunes. It's its own thing, which is fine. But people are so afraid of new things. And that's fair, Jesse. Like, that's a fair take on the situation, too. I probably should pay more attention to the game, but it's hard because I don't like this game that much. I respect what they were trying to go for with a lot of what they changed. But this game just doesn't feel that good to me. Some of those sequels have ended up better. That's also fair. Games don't have to be better or worse. They're just different. Anyway, we got Mac the Knife, Mummy Commando. He's an alien mummy? I think he has like a acid yeah, that melts people when they die. Yeah, Mac is kind of all over the place for a character design, and I love him for it. Also pretty clearly visually based on, like, the Hollywoods from Final Fight. Oh, she was grabbing me. I looked away from the screen because I assumed I grabbed her, and I was the one who grabbed. That's the sound a laser makes. Did you know? Then the desk blows up as he falls, just cuz. Here we've got our blood. Yeah, and that right there is a pretty good example of like this game's hit stun being a bit weird. Anyway, we're gonna play Baby the rest of the time. I don't feel like dealing with this game's bullshit. Yeah, I'm just not sure what the desk blowing up is supposed to accomplish. Also, Capcom catering to the big muscle lady crowd in this game big time, decades before that crowd really came to be. Carol and the other lady, the giant lady that we fought earlier, both. Although funny, they don't have their own sounds, so they just use the stock death noises on the other ones. I think Carol has her own. Yeah. The Baby is the best. Like, the characters in this game are really similar, and Baby does more damage. And also, Baby has Pile Driver, which is actually quite important. Like, the one character difference that's, like, really immediately notable of having an extra move is unbelievably important. Marbin's attack is so weird, he just kind of like bumps into you. It's our boss Doppel. Can't believe it. Pile drive does. You can even Super Joy. And there's two Doppel. Which I believe just share the same health bar is how this works. guess not. Double actually one of the easier bosses if you're not being an idiot. You can just kind of depth access abuse him and be done with it. Yeah, I understand why they took out Hit Stop from Final Fight, I do. But man, if it doesn't make the game feel worse to me. Weird space party. The dog's back. Our first boss. You know, it is kind of Space Jesus, huh? Oh. Well, that sure had animation. Okay.
Baby head.
Alright. Our last boss. This boss is a gigantic mess. This fight is unbelievably annoying. He is extremely fast. He can walk out of bounds freely. And does a shitload of damage with everything. But fortunately, oh, well, he got out somehow. So we get to see him fly around like a jackass until I can get a grab on him again. I don't know how we're gonna catch him again, because the problem with this fight is he just kind of does this, where he like hangs out outside your range and shoots you. Oh, I see. I didn't see why I dropped him. I didn't realize that was how this. Like, you can't even, when he decides to do some of these attacks, you don't even have time to evade. Like, I was trying to evade that. I recognized that he was going to shoot me. And it's like, what do you even do? You can't move fast enough. Even running. Guess you just jump attack him forever? Maybe you can catch him after this. Nope, he gave me the big shakes. Why did they design him like this? Because they wanted the final boss to take people's money. Okay. So Baby has this loop. If I do it correctly and don't let him out for no reason. Where you just pile drive him. Yeah, like, generally, I like Capcom's boss design in their beat-em-ups. I do think they have some black marks on it. And Scumicide, which they misspelled Suckmocide in the thing, by the way. I forgot to point that out. Scumicide is definitely the era where I dislike Capcom's boss design. I don't know, like, Capcom was willing to try stuff with their beat-em-up designs.
Captain Commando.
When you do that, you're gonna make some that are bad. And Scumicide is just awful. Scumicide is just a disaster of a boss fight all around to me. So yeah, pretty lazy playthrough here. I have one credit to this game. It's not by any means Capcom's most difficult beat 'em up, but it is one that's it's a bit tough to play half paying attention. So I think we get 4 letters in this game. Get a weird gap. No, we just get a weird gap between letter 2 and 4 or 3. 9 continues. All around disaster playthrough. just phoning it in. Probably gonna need these later. All right, let's write stuff. Oh, got to get rid of you. Mr. A. Okay. There are tricks to him. Like, once you get him with Baby, you can grab him in the first frame of the fight, and he never gets to take an action. So there is that trick. If you're fighting him with, like, if you're fighting him normally, like, if you're not doing the thing that specifically negates him. Who the hell? Oh, yeah. If you're not doing the thing that specifically negates him, yeah, like, I don't know. Maybe there's strats, but I don't know. I don't know what the possible answer is to him flying to a position and shooting a fireball at you that's outside your attack range. He's moving faster than you the whole time, and you can't move fast enough to dodge the fireball. I guess you could Super Joy through every fireball? Like, that would work, I guess. I don't remember if I think this game keeps Capcom's convention where missing a Super Joy doesn't damage you, but yeah, I don't know. I don't care for it. Sequel to Capcom's Breakout Classic fights taking place dystopian this game keeps some of the conventions is from Final Fight. Also makes many adjustments in attempts to adapt the genre into a 4-player series. Dramatically smaller, less stock, adjustments, behaviors, health, that make the game not feel very impactful. What else do we want to say? And maybe we'll just cut it off. Can't help but feel this is a major step back from what Capcom had accomplished. Are Guy and Cody particularly different in first Final Fight? No. The differentiating features between Guy and Cody are not large, although they are pretty easy to identify. And I feel like that's less big of a problem in a game with 3 characters where only 2 of them can ever be on screen at the same time. When you're talking about a 4-player game, to me, you either want characters that are extremely similar, like that basically your character choice is not significant at all. And I know this is not going to be a thing that I say that's going to be particularly popular, but like Sunset Riders, your character choice is not terribly impactful. TMNT, your character choice is not terribly impactful. Like, yes, there are differences, but you don't really feel that much difference. This game, like, I could see people fighting over characters and then being like, oh, wait, these characters aren't even really that much different. Or the other option is to go to something where they're very different, and then like, that's good to me. To have characters that are both visually and mechanically different is better. And that's not to say there aren't differences, there are. But they don't feel that significant. I recommend this game in general. Oh, I feel that the fact that Captain Mando more or less fell off as Capcom's mascot after this game helped be but to show how little of an impact it made. General fans of the genre looking to expand their genre, find familiar doing games with more familiar feeling but unique games. I may not like this game if that feels mostly an uninspired I think this was, I honestly think this is one of Capcom's weaker arcade efforts in general. I I just don't think this game is very good. I do think there's people who will note it. There's cool things. You know, the setting really is quite unique and impactful in a lot of ways. But, like, when you actually get to playing the game, I just don't feel like... Again, I feel like there's a reason that Captain Commando kind of fell off of ground up music. I kind of feel like there's a reason Captain Commando fell off as Capcom's mascot after this game. I can't help but feel like it's not a coincidence. And maybe I'm wrong. There's a lot of stuff that goes on. Companies abandon mascots all the time. Anyway, I'm going to take a quick break, and then I will be back with our last CPS1 game, Knights of the Round. Okay, it's fine. On to Knights of the Round, which I did not change the game name for. I clicked the wrong thing. I meant to edit that in studio mode. So you got black screen for a second. Congratulations. Yeah, like, I won't deny Street Fighter blowing up when it did also probably affected the whole mascot thing. But also, like, Captain Commando was their attempt at a mascot long before beat-em-ups were a big thing. So, anyway, Knights of the Round, pretty well-regarded game, pretty well-known, pretty late in the CPS-1 era. So they'd gotten their hardware pretty well figured out. Oh, we're gonna switch to 2-player mode so that we get a little bit more space. Another game where Capcom used all the slots on the cab. I've actually never seen a 3-player cabinet of Knights of the Round, so I don't know how it looks. I assume it doesn't use something goofy like the weird ass cheap buttons that Captain Commando had. I think that's another thing that probably hurt Captain Commando in the long run, is like the buttons were a neat novelty, but they probably kind of turned people off on it. So yeah, we can actually choose our character instead of being set by stick. I don't remember if we get to choose on continue, so I'm gonna pick Lancelot. If I can switch, I'll show everybody. But I think this game's a little quieter. We'll turn it up a bit. So this game, just another attack and jump, but it has a strong attack if you do attack and then forward, and it has a block if you do attack and then back. So Capcom really was trying different things with their control schemes. It also has treasure that you can blow up. Generally, Lancelot is who I understand to be used mainly because his strong attack is fast enough to actually combo correctly. Because you can do that constantly. But it takes a minute to get used to doing the strong attack in this game correctly. If you're not in the mode of it. Get this and King of Dragons mixed up? Yeah, it's pretty understandable. Maybe I'm just supposed to do this to him. Maybe I'm not supposed to attack him first. We get allies that just run up and give us money. This game feels like a proto D&D game. This game, I don't think ever had any intent to be like D&D related, but King of Dragons was explicitly designed with the intent of being a Dungeons and Dragon game, and also, like, when they realized they weren't going to get it, they just kind of, like, kept making it as a proof of concept of, like, hey, we can do this, at least that's the thing that I've been told. I don't know that I could cite a specific, thing stating that. I assume it came from a developer interview at some point. Very creative enemy names. Oh yeah, there's that weird attack where you hit attack and then up and you do a jump kick. I don't know that that has any real use. Is there a... No, down just walks. I was kind of curious if there was another one with down, maybe. So the other thing about Lancelot is he is very good on a horse. Lancelot's like stab here actually like combos with itself right, and the other characters it kind of doesn't. That said, there is that thing that happens. The horse controls are also kind of weird because you hit jump to turn around. I don't remember how the, why the actual, like, horse reeling thing happens. Oh, got hit too many times on the horse, so it ran away. Another thing that's kind of like weird about this game, I love the magicians that are just dudes using like flare bombs, which is almost certainly like the type of thing that would be proposed as magic, you know, just basic chemistry bombs. Why my attack missed him. I don't remember what the trick is to getting him off the horse, but we did it. Oh, nice jump. Oh, I don't know why that happens. I need to learn that. Someday I want to learn to one credit this game. The horses are one of the things that has stopped me. Because the horse reel thing is one of the things that I never quite sorted. So one thing about this game that's pretty cool is if you block something, you do get invincibility frames after it, like a pretty significant amount of invincibility frames. So blocking boss attacks is a really strong strategy. Hey, thanks for the resub, Ushi. Yeah, you're, something they took from Dynasty Wars is the leveling. You level up, which I think it technically affects your stats, but also, like, not really significantly. It's mainly a visual upgrade. And obviously the whole game could have been designed without it and been the same, effectively, but it is something that attracted people to the game, even if it was kind of superficial. horse. This is our horse, not their horse that we're stealing. One up! Nice. So one thing I do know, too, is there's ways to manipulate the RNG in this game. Like, a lot of the people who go for 1 credit clears will specifically die on one of the bosses, because you... Why? Because you can manipulate a 2-up, actually, in a specific spot pretty easily. Do I just not need to not be holding a direction? Is that how I prevent that from happening? Hey, Adam. Oh yeah, there's definitely score strats in this game. Or even just like attacking all these and splitting them up is a score strat, technically. Alright, you can dash with the horse and it jumps. Mr. F. Magicians can teleport though. So some kind of middle-aged magic. Bring out the tigers. Which burst into flames when they die? Why not? Oh my god, yeah, you take so much damage from these dudes if you don't do things about them. Ah. Oh, okay. I thought it was gonna do something, but it was waiting for me. Even though I was on the edge of the screen already. So this guy, I think we need to just basically block every time we get an opportunity, and then counterattack him. I'm not sure why that didn't block. I was trying to block and I turned around because I didn't hit the button. All right, let's see. Can we switch to somebody? Or are we stuck? We can switch. All right, we'll play Arthur for a bit. We'll go through the characters. Arthur has a little bit better of a reach, I think, is the deal. Another thing I probably need to mention is the Super Joy in this game is kind of crazy good. It does a shitload of damage. I'm trying to not use it because I want to actually like learn stuff. Yeah, Arthur's got a big ol' swing there. We just get a nice festival where we, murder people. Yeah, the timer in this game is an excuse to make sure that the game doesn't last forever, not a real threat. That's a weird attack. If you hit attack and then up, you do that jump. Arthur feels so weird. Speed there. Why? I guess if you block too long, you get stuck. this point. Certainly can there. Oh, look at our armor now. Getting cape and a helmet, a proper helmet. So yeah, this game, like, really impressed on people with the way the progression worked. Even if it was, like I said, mostly superficial. I guess that's just the strong attack. Yeah, I just need to make sure I don't press forward at any time when attacking on a horse. Bad Falcon. Well, we lost our horse. But that's okay, because we gotta steal theirs to replace it. I actually kill him. I believe the staff is just always a level up. Which I don't remember how that interacts with your experience for leveling up. I don't remember if it means your next... Oh my god. Birdman, please. Continuing the tradition of Huge Man. Fortunately, you can just block and counter. If you don't screw up. If you don't screw up. Percival, our third character. Percival has an axe. Notably has a much shorter range on a lot of his stuff. But it's the only character who can run. uses, probably. I mean, that seems like a good one. I think he hits harder. I don't really know a lot about the damage differences in this game. Can't run very far, though. He does that little, like... little step. Not sure. Milk? Seems like the axe, like, while it looks horridly short, it does have a little bit more range than it appears to. Well, by horse. Oh! Oh, he can back jump. I see. I mean, just his jump in general is good here. Especially since you land and then attack, not jump attack. Trying to block. It's so hard to get the block because you have to hit attack and then back. If you're at all early, you just turn around. And then that crap happens. So yeah, Percival is pretty neat. Lancelot's definitely the character people generally stick with. I think I'm actually going to play Percival. I'm kind of interested in some stuff like this. This fight is dramatically harder than anything that's been in the game before this. Holy shit. Probably not too bad if you like get it under control, but obviously I did not. With how much health there is, you could probably just Super Joy your way through it. Yeah, not having any throws is definitely a much different style from what I'm used to. I don't feel like this fight was uncontrollable by any means. I just didn't know how to do it. This guy, I believe, is where it's just really important to block a lot. Not super easy to block. Had a full... Oh, maybe it did take it. Yeah, it did. It just didn't make a noise. I like the ad that's an ally just to give you money. Oh, nice fake out. Dang. I am not great at this fight, to be say the least. Getting used to blocking stuff consistently is just strange. It's so easy to turn around. Yeah, it's pretty easy to lose control of the situation. I mean, to be fair, I'm also being a little stingy with like Super Joy and stuff because I just like it's really good in this game, like to an extent where I kind of have. I haven't made a serious attempt at learning this game yet, obviously, but I have like learned things. And one of the things I quickly figured out was if I let myself use the Super Joy in this game too much, that I would just like not learn what things are doing and have more problems later. So it's kind of a like half I learned something that I shouldn't have learned. I trained myself out of a bad habit into a worse habit. He gets balled. Percival gets balled. I just don't know what I would really use that move for. So. Tragedy. Level up and lose hair. Fate worse than death. Turned all the enemies into food, so everything's okay. Is this where we get the weird... I mean, it must be. We're running out of time for it. You really have to guard or something. Like, an instinct I have from some games, other games, is if I get hit, my instinct is to hit the attack button. Because in a lot of games, either you won't be able to take an action, or if you are, then the attack button is like the best one that you could do. In this game, that is not true in. Yeah, here we go. This thing. We start getting into the weirder stuff in this game. Busters that just blow up. The max level? I think it's 16, but do not quote me on that. And that requires, like, a lot of doing. It's so weird how that hits a bunch of times. I mean, it doesn't do damage, but the Iron Golem is kind of out there in this game. It did. Barbarian did not want to attack. Him throwing the hatchets is so weird because it seems like it doesn't hit me unless I don't block. Sure I got that food. God, trying to do strong attacks in this game is one of those skills. It's one of those skills that you learn the input for it, and if you're not good at it, you're gonna suffer. Fuck. He juked me. He juked me. This guy is actually like one of the easier bosses when you know what you're doing in this game, because he doesn't really summon ads, I don't think, ever. So like, admittedly, you have to knock him off the horse, which I think probably just super joining him is what I'm supposed to do. Just get him the hell off. But yeah, you have to be consistent about correctly guarding his attacks. First did not help. Mainly to my own fault. I guess he does summon ads at this point. Maybe you're supposed to just skip over this part. I think he guarded the boss's attack. Like, I don't feel like what's happening is that complicated or bad. It's just that I don't have the inputs for this game. I'm surprised it gave me that block. Again, I don't feel like this guy is that hard. It's just... Why is that not? It's just you have to block his stuff correctly. And I'm not very good at blocking in this game. Characters? I don't think anyone's really considered bad. Lancelot's generally considered better than the other two. Yeah, but the thing is, the blocking mechanic isn't even like... A lot of games, the blocking mechanic is just like hold a button or something along those lines. In this game, the input is hit attack, but also you have to actually initiate attack. You can't just like hit attack randomly in hit stun or something. You have to be in a state where you can initiate an attack, and then you have to attack and then hit back. Push button. Not allowed. Not worthy of the Grail. No, it's not a button. If it was a button and I was missing it that often, it would be a disaster. I don't think it's overly complicated. It's just one of those things that, because of the nature of doing that kind of input, Oh! It's a learning curve. It wouldn't be so big of a deal if you could, like, while you were getting hit, if you could hit, attack, and hold back, and when you came out of hit stun, it would do the block or something like that. If it buffered it in that way, it would be pretty simple. It's just, that's not what it does. And then again, like, if you turn around, so, like, you're trying to hit attack and then back in the middle of a scramble, and you hit attack too early, so you can't get the block, and then you turn around while you're still recovering, like, as you recover, and then you hit attack again, and you're trying to still do the guard again. So, like, you've already turned around and you hit attack and back, but now it's forward, so then you do a heavy attack instead of the block. It's just, like, these very detailed situations that pan out weirdly when you're not, when your hands aren't used to the inputs you need to do. Okay. Jojo. Did not get rid of that again. Camera tracking lost me. That's cool. Knights of the Round. Capcom's last beat 'em up on the CPS 1 hardware. Game pushes it to a very, very good place. The environment visually and in sound design with the setting very well, and the visual touches of the players, weapons, armor changing over the course of the game are very well remembered. Powerful. Sorry, the demo is playing and it said powerful attack on the board thing. I've always called it heavy, but apparently it's powerful attack. The 3-player characters, while similar in their base mechanics, are unique enough to feel differentiated.
I know that you'll be back.
Yeah. This game does present unique challenges compared to other brawlers that Capcom made due to the lack of any throw mechanic. Rather, the player is expected to make heavy use of guard, which it does an excellent job of giving good reward for performing. Overall, I feel this is a fantastic addition. And then game 2. Anyone interested? All the levels. Interest. May not enjoy this game in a somewhat untraditional gameplay for growing mechanics. Lines not suit your I think this game is pretty clearly an A. This is a game. This is a game I see talked about a lot. And like in my personal feelings, who's not? My personal feelings, this is one of my less preferential. It is do not because English is a fucked up language, so this becomes singular because I used two things before. Named a Final Fantasy. Yeah, no, they named a Final Fantasy Summon after this, not based on all the stuff that this was originally based on. No, that wouldn't make any sense. Yeah, in my personal ranking of Capcom's beat 'em ups, this is probably in the bottom half. But it's nothing that I would say is like the game's done wrong. It's just not necessarily my personal preference for the play style. So that's how it is. Sometimes a game you can acknowledge that the game is good, but it's just not one that clicks super heavily with you. Anyway, Capcom, Capcom moved on from CPS1 after this game to the CPS2. And as a part of that, they made their follow-up, their Dynasty Warriors 2. Warriors of Fate. This game plays a lot more like Final Fight, a lot more like a traditional Final Fight style beat 'em up than the first game did. So CPS1 is kind of a weird piece of hardware because fundamentally it is the same hardware as the CPS1, but with a sound chip enhancement. I am going to check if there is a dip switch for that. No. We'll reset quick. So hoping I could turn it to 2-player mode, but it doesn't look like I get to do that. All right. So Warriors of Fate is a game I personally have struggled with a bit. I like the way this game feels overall a lot. but I don't like how any of the individual characters feel. I'm gonna start with Kassar here, and we'll see if we can go through. Like every character, or every character seems to have like one or two things that I just like really don't like about them, and that are hard to get over. But we're back on horse. Capcom in this era really loved horseback. The first game taking place entirely on horses probably influenced that a bit. Can't run in this game. Just mosey on. Can't chop stuff into pieces. You get weird stuff like the big throw mechanic here. But yeah, jump just turns the horse around still. We're still on that. Still a 2-button game. Or rather, back to being a 2-button game. The first game was a 3-button game because it had the magic button. You also turn around, I guess, if you are just holding the button or the direction too long. Right. So I don't really like horseback on this game. Oh, I guess you don't have to jump to get on it, you just do. I don't really like horseback in this game. Oh, it's a dash. Oh, how did I do that? What if I jump a bunch of times? Chop that dude in half? Alright, well, that's a little better. Just do the big spinny swing over and over again. I really don't like that the turning around is a... Huh? Not sure why I jumped off. We got weird, like, jump moves. If you're holding down and hit jump, you do this little thing instead of jumping. Which is a bit annoying. It's not a bad attack, it's just annoying that it's, like, down that way. And then the bite! You also have special attacks, which are, like, down-up attacks, which are kind of weird. Like, they don't all feel like they are special attacks. Like, this one just feels like a punch. But I don't, like, this game is just... I feel so slow in this game. Like, this definitely feels like the character walk speed is meant for a game where you have a dash. I guess you got this, but that's not really much of a dash. But, like, this is the character I probably like the best, and he still annoys me because this forward throw throws the enemies so high that you can't really knock enemies into enemies with it very well. If you're facing forward, but if you're facing backwards, he does a throw that works. Then you get the head bite, and then you get hit after it, because you don't have any lingering invincibility after that. It also just feels like stuff has too much health in general in this game. It's kind of like... it kind of feels padded because like everything just has a lot of health. Even like basic guys have quite a bit of health. I keep trying to dash, man. Hey Jigga, thanks for the raid. How's it going? How was your stream? What were you up to? God, these are just basic guys. Why do they have this much health? Nice. Is this physique a mere pretense? Alright, we gotta switch characters. Sword guy who punches as his base attack, which is fun. Got the big uppercut. And extend, yeah. Eat your fill. Now we get the mini game, the bonus. Spin lever and pound on button. I think I can use both buttons. The CPU is mad at this game. Very difficult bonus stage for me. He does have a lot less recovery after that run than Cassar did. Can actually kind of cover ground with that instead of just it being useless. Feels so stupid to have to do for just basic guys, but I guess that's what they wanted, is horseback stuff. Get torch. It also feels like sometimes you can't throw enemies in this game. I'm not sure if they have actual throw protection stuff or what. Trying to do stab, stab, uppercut. I can't possibly falter now. Alright, yeah, our dude with a bow. I guess if you just want to kite enemies forever, it could be pretty good. Slide kick. God, you're just so slow in this game in general. Chopped his head off, holy shit. He's just standing there. This uppercut is so weird. This whole character is very strange. He could be very strong, but it just feels like you're not doing things. The back hitbox on the end of that? Holy hell. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about him. Flash kick? It's actually a pretty reasonable dash, too. This guy might be okay. I don't understand when I can and cannot grab enemies in this game. That's probably my biggest thing. And then this guy feels okay, and then his jab feels like it's an inch long. I don't get how you're supposed to control situations when you can't move. All these moves feel like they're barely working. Like that at least does a bunch of damage when I can grab them, but sometimes I can't grab them. So this is one of those things that's going to sound insane, but I'm kind of weirded out by what a decision. So when you're doing an attack string, you can hold. Wait, is this guy's different? You can do in Final Fight style. You can hold up or down when doing punches. It is different for this dude. They did it right for this dude, but the other character, it's not. Either that or I just somehow fucked up with him. If you hold up, this guy throws them backwards. If you hold down, he'll throw them forward. But I swear when I was playing Kasan, that wasn't true. that guy just got obliterated by this. Hit him with the mace and he ceased to exist. Yeah, just explodes into chunks of meat. I'm going to flash kick him. Horthole. This guy is the one I've seen the most of because his jumping, his down up attack is very funny. He chopped his head off by doing a jumping elbow. So, like, this attack is quite good, but it's also very boring to me. That is very slow. Did I just not notice the other characters had that? The horse has a lot of moves, so it's, I believe it either way. How did I actually do that? Oh my god, that did a lot of damage. That also did a lot of damage. Holy hell. move is funny, but it doesn't seem to want to work quite right. So yeah, this is the problem, is like every character feels off to me. The overall game plan seems okay. And yeah, I was right. This guy can't throw enemies behind him during the strike, though. That was my whole problem. Punch his whole upper body off. God, that sucks. I would like this character better than the others if he could throw enemies in both directions like everyone else can. Maybe not. He is quite slow. Like, even comparatively for this game's slow pace. I can't believe that's a character problem, not an engine problem. Whoa! Broke his back. Here's some text that I can definitely read in my world version. Nice, they hit me in that gap between when that happens. Cool. Oh my god, you can do it, you just have to manually do it. That's even weirder. Especially because if you do it too early, then you do the punch instead. Oh man, the lack of lingering invincibility from the throw is getting me. I think this might be my guy. At least for now. Nice ball. Just doing this seems good. Boring, but... There's this guy, the blue guy with the sword. That's on the blue guy that does the elbow drop and the bow guy. Yeah, we've played everybody. Good. Dropped on me. Good. Yeah, we played all these guys. Guess he just leaves? can't believe how far away the strike throw works from, too. Some of these enemies, it feels like I'm a mile away from, and they still get the strike throw on them. Get hit with, like, the tip of the sword, and it just sucks them in. What? Why did that happen? Enemies have a ridiculous amount of health in this game, is the problem. Like, it takes 3 or 4 interactions to kill every enemy in this game, which is fucking crazy. There's no popcorn enemies, basically. It's all just the... It's like if every enemy was... like one of the early Ondor health in Final Fight. Like, every single Bread and Doug being that health would take 1,000 hours. And this guy just wandering. The little basic dudes with the spears need to have like 1/4 of the HP they have, to me. Some of them having this health would be okay. It's like all of them. Like this guy, I did 1/4 of one of his health bars, and he's got 2. We have to stab this guy 16 times with this big ass sword. And it's not like they make up for that by having the encounters be small encounters. Like, clearly we've got a whole fucking mob of dudes here. I like how that guy was just like a little regular ass dude. Oh, okay. Okay. This will keep rotating through characters just to see Mist him, play him. The only thing he's got that seemed really great was this run was quite fast. Notably, he has the strike throw thing correct that I was talking about, except that up and down are reversed from the other guy. Which isn't, you know, it doesn't necessarily matter, it's just weird. Getting the down-up attack when you don't want it feels like something. Like trying to turn around and getting the down-up attack. Got pretty reasonable range on this too. But for some reason I get the jump down up attack with him constantly. Constantly! And it doesn't even combo right! I wonder why I get that so often with him. I wasn't having that problem with the other characters. Well, it's not even just shorter is better sometimes. It's like this game is really long, but it's also not like it really is doing anything unique in each stage. It's the same enemies. We're seeing the same enemy compositions here that we were in stage 1. Beautiful bomb throw on that guy. But I could fit one bash in, but alas. I liked the other weapons better. Not knocking them down is kind of a big downside. Alright, Kadan. See what bow can feel less terrible to me now for some reason. Not sure why it would. So one thing I will say is bow notably does have quite a short attack if it hits. You can refire it pretty fast. So he only shoots the bow if you jump straight up. If you... Whoa. I guess sometimes you can fire 3 if you get in a rhythm. Is this strong? This seems strong. Nope, it's not strong. You get cornered and then they just start hitting you. What are you doing, dude? I mean, this probably is strong. It's just you have to get a setup and then you just get to do that. Oh, okay. I mean, I think the verticality was to my advantage because it let me corner that guy really fast. This attack pretty dramatically changes this character. This character might actually be fucked up. Like, you have to get a setup. You don't just get to do this, but once you get a setup, it seems like it's pretty much game over for him. Also, the bow's chopping them in half, which is interesting. Oh, good. Good trick. I like it. They're just instant. There's no dodging this shit. No, don't face that way, you moron. I had a good setup and then he faced the other direction. Yeah, honestly, just doing the bow shot is way more damage than it should be, like, for how comparatively simple it is. Can't just do it into knives. Pretty close to being able to do it into knives, but can't quite. Oh, did she knock me out of it? Not completely free, but it's pretty close. It's also extraordinarily boring. try it again. Just, even this is so slow. I don't really want the horse. I got the horse. Yeah, and I died immediately. The music never lets up. I don't really like this game's music that much. It's fine. But of the stuff on the CP 1.5, this is easily the weakest game's soundtrack, I would say. I don't want this fucking horse. The bite is also a big problem, because that just happens sometimes. I don't think I can play him. I really want to, but I just don't think I can. Oh my god, this game's so fucking long! I can't believe endurance test of this game that's so fucking boring, dude. It's so boring. Oh, good. 2 full health pickups right at the start of the stage. I don't understand how ISG saw this game and like what it was about this game that made them really attracted to this general style of gameplay. Because the ISG games, like this length of game is very much what seems to have been what they thought was right. Like this game in particular is just like clearly an inspiration for a lot of ISG stuff. It's just like, I don't understand who's spending the amount of time it would take to finish a game like this in an arcade consistently. But I mean, as a house game where you can save and take breaks, like, what does it offer you that's not the same thing? Like, you get to stage 2 and you do the same thing as stage 1. They don't change the enemy compositions, there's nothing new, there's not interesting stage stuff. Like, Final Fight changes the enemy, like, yeah, you're fighting mostly the same enemies through the game, but they change the way they compose the fights so much. And, like, the pace of the game is such that it doesn't really feel as badly like that's what's happening. This game, like, we literally fought the 3 of these guys in the first or second stage. Like, this is exactly the stage. 4 of the ISG games are a different thing. ISG is not Capcom. It's ISG, the company. There's some like bootlegs and stuff of Warriors of Fate that are kind of similar, like that use this game's sprites, but they're not Capcom games to my knowledge, at least. Yeah, Asterix, I don't know, Asterix Arcade at least had the courtesy to be like reasonably length and had some unique things when like bosses came up. I don't think I could tell you who any of the bosses in this game are or what they did. Like, they're all just dude with big weapon. Giant dude with big weapon that looks exactly the same as all the other big dudes because they're all wearing the same style of armor. Alright, this guy is unique. I think we fought him in the first game. He looks familiar to me. Got like blonde, short hair. Oh, I didn't think we were going to get ads since we had these 3 here, but... Wrong! Okay. Surely these ads that are the same as the other ads will change the fight dynamics. I'm assuming this game's like Final Fight, whereas like the scaling respawn damage, it sure feels like it. Chopped his head off with a flash kick. just a short timed fight of bombs. Did that not kill him? Is this all of the enemies we fought through the game? So you could easily math out. We've got 8, 1, 2, 3, 6. There's like 80 of each of them. 4. So there are like 400 or 500 enemies in this game. This is the ending this game deserved. I do not like this game. I don't know what else to say. Like, the concept is okay. It feels incredibly bad to play the entire time because you're unbelievably slow. And everything takes a million years to kill. Being slow and if you were killing stuff fast, I feel like would be fine. If every enemy had like a fourth of the health that it had, then maybe. But man, fighting enemies and like, some of the situations you get in are just like, okay, here's the guy that I'm just standing here punching a bunch of times. The sad thing to me is that at some point or another in my life, I'm probably going to try and learn to one credit this, but we'll come to that another time. Not today. I think probably I'm just going to stop here. I mean, I need to do my thing first, but I think we've got enough left that we can do another stream. Another Capcom stream. Game which heavily borrows from Final Fight's base mechanics, but I feel fails to understand what made those mechanics so. The sprite work, the sprites, and quite good. The music suits what the games is presenting, but both get quite bland due to this game's extreme length and lack of real variety in enemies. This lack of variety very enemy count and health is to something that would fit a description. Many people try game ups, they're significant strategies. It's further compounded. Overall, these factors combine to make a game that feels padded beyond. All this seems to have been a major source of inspiration. Some lend this game to someone long endurance test. Challenge. May not enjoy this game if real variety. So I can't really give this game less than a C by the merits of what it has. Nothing is wrong with it. I don't feel like anything is feels like it's not working correctly or that is extremely fucked up in a way that would really block people from enjoying it. And I do think a lot of people would probably enjoy this game if they picked it up and played it and put in maybe $1 and then moved on. I don't feel like there's many people who would enjoy fully playing through this game from start to finish. It is very, very long. It doesn't do anything interesting with that time. And I've been talking in circles on that point. So I don't feel like I need to talk about it anymore. Alright, well, just to kind of orally talk through, after this, Capcom released Cadillacs and Dinosaurs, which is a very well-regarded game. Cadillacs and Dinosaurs kind of feels like this game was kind of leading to it in a lot of ways. A lot of the mechanics that they tried here made their way into Cadillacs and Dinosaurs, but in a much more polished way. The pacing of that game is ludicrously faster. The running makes it feel very fast and very snappy. And also the health pools are much more reasonable. They followed that up with The Punisher, which is one of the most desired games on the CPS 1.5. The Punisher is a game I still need to do for this. Cadillacs and Dinosaurs I did back on episode 13. And then after this, Capcom moved on to the CPS 2 hardware, which, the D&D games are some of the most widely recognizable and well-regarded arcade beat-em-ups out there. Partially due to the adventure mechanics, which is, a personal thing. Also Alien vs. Predator, which is just many people regard as one of the best arcade games that's ever been made. So really hitting their stride there. And then Armored Warriors and Battle Circuit, which are both pretty well regarded, not necessarily quite as infamous as the D&D games or AVP, but Capcom really honed what they were doing pretty much immediately after this. I would honestly say after this game that Capcom didn't release a beat 'em up that I'd consider anything below like extremely good. Like, Tower of Doom might be the weakest of their games on the CPS2 in the genre, and Tower of Doom is by no means a bad game. It's just, its big problem is it's a little too true to the some of the D&D mechanics. So and that can be a little frustrating. So yeah. Well, I will almost certainly not be streaming next week. Holidays are upon us. The week after that, I should be able to stream on the Saturday. I think I will have time to do that. And then the weekend after that, I will be gone to MagFest. So streams will be, especially these streams, will be a little spotty for a while. What are you doing? Camera, please. But we'll get there. Axie's good, and I think she's just kind of finishing up some of her coursework for the year, so we'll send people to her. How long did this game take? I didn't measure, but I'd have to say an hour and a half. It probably felt more like 3, but I'm quite sure it was not. 4, 10, yeah, I don't know. At least an hour. All right, have a good one.